and excited to go. United States International University of Africa. We're on to you all. United States University of Africa. We have bad boys. Yes, are you here? Wonderful. And we have Makita Rabasa. Is that team here? With Melissa and Andrew. Yes? Wonderful. And then finishing off my judges. UDism judges are here. Everybody else. Okay, that is everybody else. So Dom, that is 25 teams. I have an odd number, so I either need to add or take away one. So I have 25. So we're gonna take a brief break. So go back, talk with your partners. Don't go far though. Okay, we will start shortly. Tab will be released shortly. I released the tab to some folks. Please share the tab with someone if they don't have it. It's gonna be released online. Okay, you will not get an email. We'll talk about that in a moment. So it's an odd number.
Yeah.
But then maybe have I missed something? Four, 5, 6, 7. the tab link? Yes? Diana, could you make sure it's in the group chats that you're a part of, the tab link? And again, I know there's not, I don't have a Wi-Fi password, I'm so sorry, but we'll read it out as well, the tab link. So we'll read out the tab, and then you're going to go to your debates. There will be one debate that you're debating by, and that means you do not have a debate that round. You're going to watch and see someone else. There will be 2 debates. I believe Diana and Dom will be judging those that will be held in nature. So you will be outside on the table or somewhere else. So those will be really fun. That will be L13 and we need to change the rooms. That will be L12 and L11, okay? L11 will be outside with somebody, and L12 will be also outside, okay? It's going to be real fun. We thank you for working with us. Judges, raise your hand, my wonderful judges. Who's here judging at this tournament? Wonderful. You may, if you've judged before, you may be thinking, where's my email? No email. Old school, paper. So we are doing paper ballots. Yeah, everybody's like, paper, exciting. If you don't have a writing utensil, now is the time to find your, I think it's just my students who don't have any writing utensils. I think you're all good. So you're going to come up here. You're going to make sure I know where I get to dunk on them. They're my students. You're going to figure out where you're going, all the good things, and you're going to take one of the ballots. If you have any questions, you can let me know. But basically what you're going to do, you're going to write down your name, the room number, who is speaking for the affirmative, who is speaking for the negative. If anyone spoke twice, remember judges, you may have teams of 2 or 3 people speaking in the round. You're gonna circle who spoke twice and ideally write that down if anybody spoke twice in the debate, okay? That's really helpful information for me to know. At the end of the debate, right, you've listened, you're evaluating what's going on, you're probably gonna have one panelist with you. So we have lots of judges and we're very excited. This means we get to have a panelist with you. So one will be sort of the chair. This will be the judge in charge, and one will be the panelist judge. So the chair, your job is to talk with your panelists and discuss what happened in the debate. We want to give you, 5-10 minutes to discuss, and then you're going to come to a decision. Chairs, you have the ultimate decision-making power here over who won, but you should talk to your panelists and try to understand who were they persuaded by. Were you all persuaded by the same team? The chair will then give that oral decision to the teams that Professor Ken described yesterday, and you're going to tell me which side won, circle affirmative or negative on your ballot. Then, and ideally the panelists will do this. You will probably see me and or Helen coming to collect these. We will come to your room, okay? We will come to your room to get it, or panelists, you could leave and run and find me. We will probably be somewhere outside, but I want this very soon, okay? So if you're talking and giving the oral decision and you're like, wow, that Isabel in the pink hat hasn't come around for my ballot, I better get that to them. So please make sure we have this as soon as possible. Questions, judges? So you're going to talk with your panelists. Who do we think won? Brief, short conversation. Then you're going to fill this out. Hopefully I will then run to you and take this. I'll be like, yay, I get a ballot. Then you're going to give the oral feedback to the debaters. Tell them who won. That's really important. You've got to explain to them, why were we persuaded by the affirmative or the negative team? What can they do better in round 2 or 3, okay? If they have any questions, that's great. Then we'll release and hopefully come back to, we're going to use this room for one of the debates for those things. Any questions by anyone on what's about to happen? Briefly, in like 5 minutes probably. No? Okay. We're 5 minutes. Exciting.
Yeah. To go away from this page because we'll
I think it saves automatically.
so I don't like press allocate.
No, don't press allocate because you already allocated.
Okay, so I return to the draw.
Yeah, return to the draw, and it's going to tell us the conflicts.
So it tells us
I don't think we care about these conflicts. Oh, the Strathmore probably shouldn't be judging Strathmore.
where is that?
LR9, and then I might need to first edit. I'm going to edit the room allocation. You try to make Strathmore, not judge Strathmore.
It's because this team, the Angel, Anna, and Sarah,
Yes?
where are they from?
They're from KCMC.
Okay, so who's the Strathmore judging?
Andrew, one of the panelists. Yes. Correct. So you can talk to Dom. You don't have to be like Nikito. You can split it. We broke them into smaller teams. We have more teams that we eliminate. This coming from Dom. So you can talk to him. So this was just to prevent them from eliminating other teams. But I'm open to other ideas. I don't have L3. LR3 it doesn't even go. I have 3. What's LR4? I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. I'm having trouble here. I think I get it. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm very smart. Except I'm not. I'm a little dumb. Okay. Great. That's all we care about, I think. I don't really understand the other ones. I don't really care about IA. I don't did every debate before, so great. Oh, let me change one thing.
One debate does not have a room.
Yes, I want that one not to have a room. It's the room I don't have.
Yes. Great.
See, I know. Wow, alright, smart. I want to put Dom in L12. Where's that one? Where's Dom? And I'm gonna put Diana in. This probably doesn't matter. Yeah, the autosave is like pretty cool. Okay, let me grab Dom because I think I come good. Yeah? Yeah. That's not bad. Go time! Serena, do you have a partner at least? Yes, I have one right here. Go time. Alrighty! I don't know if you want to say anything before we get started. We've gone over the briefings. No? Ready? Okay. We're going to go ahead and release the draw. Did you release it? Do we hit display? Hit display at the top. Hit that button. When do it does I don't care. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Is it Serena or Lily, can you check? Is it public? I'm not sure it's public yet. but we need it to be public. We want it to be public. I'll check the website too. It's not public yet. Do you know, Don, how do we make the drop public? Yeah, there's a button, right? Release draw to public. All right, try refresh now. Refresh again, Serena and Lily. Okay. Are you sure? Because I did it. Now? Yes? It's working? No. Okay. Helen, you turn your computer around. All right, we are going to go ahead and get started. Theoretically, the draw should be released to the public because I hit release to the public. We'll also have it up here on our laptops, and we're telling you. So this is very much a listen to me and find out where you're going. The buy, Nikito Alpha Squads, you're going to have the buy for round 1. All right, you should watch and prep for the other one. In LR1, we have Strathmore Powerpuff Girls versus Strathmore SDS Trickle Aid, judged by Trevor and Anna Masaka. Okay? In LR, keep talking to a minimum. Feel free to go once you've got it. You can come up here and look at this or take a picture of this on one of our computers. We're trying to release it to the public. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's not. It's up. It's released on the link, but I'm still going to keep talking. LR10, room LR10. Diana, maybe, or Dom will show you where the rooms are. I'm told they're labeled. It's going to be Thoraco, winner takes all, versus UDSM Frederick Douglass, judged by Diana, and then Revlin, Isaacs, and Steven. In LR11, UDSM, Gada, Isaac, and Festo against USIS, Makita, and Rabasa. Micah, you'll be the chair in that room with Mercy Faith, Merciley, and Scholastic George. In LR12, Nikito, the Argument Avengers, are going to go against the Bad Boys. That will be judged by Dominic. That's going to be our outside room. It's all set up in the courtyard. It'll be fun. Judged by Dominic, along with Andrew and Ellie Faith. In LR2, Nikito, the Crossfire Queens versus Nikito Peaky Blinders. It's going to be exciting. Judged by Marianne Ware and Amos Henry, along with Raphael Afons. In I'm not that loud. In LR3, we have IAA, Maquina, Yusuf, and Mablani against Strathmore, Persuasive Pioneers. Judged by Wycliffe, you're going to be the chair, along with Alicia. In LR4, IAA, Henry, Benjamini, and Ibrahim against Strathmore, Beauty and the Beast. Judged by Armin, you're going to be the chair with Sharon. In LR5, Nikito Voidstorm Hunters against UDSM Ally, Benha, and Yusuf, judged by Esther, chaired by Esther, along with Asante and Samuel. In LR6, we're going to have, I don't know, is this KCMC? I'm not sure why I don't have a team for you. I think this is KCMC, Banzai, Victor, and Masaka. Let me know if is that you? Do you know who you are? Great. Thank you. I'm sorry it's not showing that way on the tab. We'll try to fix that. Against Morehouse, Davis, Abner, and Myers. You know who you are. There's only one Morehouse. Judged by Charlie Rose. You're going to be the chair, along with Sarah Victor. LR7, it's going to be UDSM, UVM, Merrick's team. So that's Merrick, Yolanda, and I've lost your name. Against Nikito, the Fox Panthers. Moses, you're going to be in the chair in that room, along with Simon. In LR8, Nikito Game Changers, once again facing off of Nikito, the Silent Destroyers. Very exciting Nikito on Nikito debate there. Dilliot, you're going to be the chair with Angel on the panel. And in LR9, that's going to be UDSM, UVM, versus, you're going to face each other. So UDSM, UVM, why are they facing each other? It was random. The last two teams, so that's Sabrina and Lily's team. That's going to be judged by Shelly Rose, Christina, and Eric. Please go to your rooms. Try to start these debates at 45. If you need to look at the tab, come do so. Goodbye. Okay, we'll delete one, but just pick one you like more and go. So have her chair. Where's she again?
Morehouse team off.
Andrew from Strathmore, where are you? Andrew from Strathmore, come talk to me. Come here, we're going to move you. Andrew's going to go there. Andrew, we're moving you. Yeah. Helen, let's have Andrew from Strathmore. You judged before, debated before? Never mind. Diana, I need you. Judges, stick around. Judges, stay here for a moment, please.
LR12. You're needed.
LR12 is with Dominic. I need another chair. No changes. Go to your debate. If we've misspelled something, ask us. Okay. Like, is anyone there? Could any of them chair? Do you need all two of them? Okay. What? Anyone here? We need one more chair. Great. Are you judging or debating? You can chair? Okay. Eric, come here. Judge, if you need a ballot, you should be talking to me. You need a ballot. Great. Eric, you're gonna judge Morehouse. Where's Morehouse? That's fine. He doesn't need to be there. Where's Morehouse? You're going to LR6, okay? You're the chair in LR6, all right? You know where you're going? Wonderful. Just the chair needs a ballot. Are you the chair? Just the chair. Are you chair? Okay. Proceed to your rooms and then start once all the teams are there. Do you need a ballot? Just the chair needs a ballot. The head judge needs a ballot. You'll need one per room. Okay, that's okay. Less work. Are you the chair? I don't think you're the chair. Can I see? Oh. No. Let me see the drum. Are you the chair? You only need a ballot if you are the head judge. Okay, Trevor. What's your name? Ellie Faith? Okay, good. You're good. You're with Dominic. You're in L12. Go find Dominic. Okay, you're good. Are you chairing? Yes? Yes. Alicia? Do you know what room you're in? Right there, yes? You're with Wycliffe and LR3. He has the ballot. Go. Thank you so much. If you are you judging? Do you know where you're going? We're not, yes, I know. We'll change it later. Go. Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's upstairs.
No, it's with do you know Dominic? Find him. It's with Dominic. No, you're good. I gave you the thing, yes? Do you know where you're judging? You're not judging? Do you not know where you're going? Are you Moses? Wycliffe? I keep calling Moses Wycliffe.
For real?
Yes. You're in LR3. Yes. I just know.
No.
Sorry, Wycliffe. My bad. My apologies.
So what is Dominic speaker for?
Yeah. 90. And then if they're good, more points. If they're bad, subtract. Yes. No, I said LR3. I haven't been able to, but I will during this round, okay? Thank you so much. I got a judge in that room. I don't know if you did, but I did send a judge to that room. I forget who it is, but I don't actually care. Dominic. Debate. Ignore judge. Who is it? Which person? Show me. Amos? Oh. Can you write down Amos Henry? We're gonna cross them off the judge. Okay? They should debate, yes. Yes. LR2?
So do they not have a judge?
Are you in LR2?
I'm gonna, no, they were panels.
You sure? Are you in LR2?
What room? LR2. Oh, LR2. And are you Myrene? You're the chair? Okay, but are you, is that you? Okay, you don't need this, just the chair needs this, okay? Yours should be good. Helen, I'm gonna go run and make sure everybody has ballots. Yes. You've got this. What room is this? Is this LR1? What room is this? LR1. Do you have this? You should get started as soon as they're all here, okay? Is someone in the washroom? Are we waiting? Okay, once they're back, we start. You start writing names down. I'm trusting you, Trevor. LR2? Is this LR2? This is LR2? Wait, who's debating in here? Oh, yeah. And who's the judge? Oh, are you the judge? Do you need here, you need this?
They're just changing LR2. Are you supposed to be in L? Oh,
Ah.
this is LR2.
Yes, that's LR12, right? So, Wycliffe, just ensure that when somebody comes to speak, they have a mic, so we'll coordinate it.
Okay. Interrupt. Do you have a ballot? Yes? Great, you're good. Thank you.
This guy here, Wycliffe,
Will the speaker?
LR5? So you're Esther? Do you need one of these? Get started. Once they're done filling out.
Yeah, sure. Kuna kamera kule. Tutachukua.
For judges?
Yeah, you are live.
You're awesome.
Ngoma tuipange vizuri basi, because it's live.
Kirete.
We could move a desk if you wanted. Do you want to bring one over? Can you guys help her bring a desk over? Quentin, if there's any delays, text me, okay? But you guys should get started. Do you need anything? What are you looking for? LR5, I have a judge for you. What room? Okay.
Hamna, sio mimi. Mimi niko huku. Umeona hapa? Asante. Ndo za majaji sio? Sasa
What can I help with?
jaji ndo adject.
Do you know you're judging? What room are you judging?
No, me adject.
You're Trevor? Okay. So you go to LR5, so it's up in that one. Okay? You don't need this. You can go.
Okay.
Where's your name?
This one.
You're in there? You're debating?
Yes.
LR3. So it's...
In this.
Oh, it's in here?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, I'm taking this. All right. Go ahead and get started, okay? I'm all over the place, I'm sorry.
Why get together two people in the team? Three. Where's the third? You get that mko wawili?
Watatu sijui kwa wapi sasa. Naona amemchanganya yuko kwenye ujeji na pia.
Usimpigia, tutataka kuanza.
What room is this? What?
LR2.
This is 2. Right here. Is my
No,
phone?
like, and we were in LR3, we've been told to come to LR2.
Yes.
The ones who are in LR2 have gone to LR3.
Okay.
So just direct her to LR3.
LR3?
Yeah.
Go to LR3.
Kizungu ni ngumu. Guys, please get your teammates to answer. or negative? Negative. Team name?
Taasisi.
Wow, persuasive. First speaker?
Nzani.
Yes, Ben.
A-N.
Uh-huh.
Z. A.
Second speaker?
Hapa.
Double T? Third speaker? Nie, nani wataondoa kwanza? Kama tusubiri pia. Itakuwa wewe. Unaitwa? Lazima sio. Basi, hi, will you be mic? Tutasoma
Yeah. So
Utakuwa
we,
kwanza.
yeah, tuna mic mbili, so tuta divide. Upande wao atakuwa na moja. Yeah.
Nani atakuwa anaongea kwanza?
Mic check.
Wa kwanza huyo.
Pili. Jina.
We clip it.
Yeah.
Watatu. Okay, so welcome to the first round ASJDC 2026. Tutakuwa tuna judge. My name is Wycliffe Chino. Nakuwa chair mwenzangu hapa kutambulisha.
My name is Elisha Mawe.
Sawa. Nitapiki more time, manake we are very strict on time, 6 minutes for the substantive speeches. Interrogations in 2 minutes. Alafu tafadhali tujue tu kwamba first speaker kishamaliza we immediately start the interrogation in 2 minutes, we don't move. Second speaker pia hivyo hivyo ndio save on transition time. Sawa. And then mtakuwa mnamaikiwa because it's being recorded live, so immediately get there unamaikiwa, ukimaliza unatoka. Sawa. Is there any question up to that point?
So ukimaliza kupresent unatoka.
Tumeweza kupresent 6 minutes yako, so una 2 minutes ya interrogation. So ukishamaliza 2 minutes yako unatoka. Alright.
Okay.
Yeah. Except for the third speaker ambaye ana interrogation. Cross examination.
this smaller. Oh yeah.
Okay? You okay? Sawa, uko sawa?
Okay.
Zungumzia pale.
Pale mbele.
Ama azungumzia.
Lakini umekaa si ndio? Ya, wanaangaliana. Hata akiwa amekaa sawa.
Oh, sawa. Tunaweka timekeeper ya BP. In 6 minutes, time yako ikiisha utasikia kengele ikilia.
Okay.
Just confirm if that's loud enough.
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm Nazar Yusufu. I'm from opposing side. Thank you, judges, in the opposing side, and my fellow there. I'm here in front of us to propose this motion. I think the motion is understandable for everybody. Yes. The motion states that African states should be require major extractive and land-intensive development project to be co-governed by the state, private investors, and the affected communities. We have three characters here: a state, private investor, and effective community. So I'm here in front of us to propose this motion due to the following point. My first point is it promotes fairness and inclusion. When I say to promote fair and inclusion, means that when there is a cooperation between investors, government, and the community for making a decision, it promotes fairness the fairness and the inclusion in all activities in the community. That's why I'm saying that it promotes the fairness and the inclusion. My second point is it protects human rights. As we know that in our society, all people that don't have money, there is no any power to speak. So if there is a cooperation between government, private investors, and the state in making the decision for all activity in the society, it can be protect the human right, because there are people that don't have enough power to speak in the community. There are people that don't have ability to say anything. So if they cooperate together, it can lead to the occurrence of protecting human rights in the society. Let me give you an example. For example, in mining area, there are rich and the poor people. So during activities, rich people, they have capacity to say anything, but poor people, they don't have a capacity to say anything because of the situation. So that's why I'm saying when there is a cooperation between the state, private investor, and the community in making the decision in our community, it can lead to the protection of human rights. Nobody in the community is above the law. Everyone is under the law, exactly. So if there is cooperation between these two characters, will lead to the protection of human rights. I have a good scenario in Gator region. There is many places that have mining activities. For example, Gator Gold Mine, Nyakafulu, Mwabomba. Those areas, they do mining activities. And the mining activities, it include poor people and rich people, or high class and low class. So if they cooperate together in making the decision, the final decision, they cooperate together, everyone shares its idea and its opinion, it can lead to the protection of human rights. Are we together? Yes. Another point is it reduces conflict in the society. Why I'm saying it reduces conflict in the society? It's because when we make the decision together between the state, private investors, and the community, it reduces conflict between one person and another. Are we together? It reduces the conflict between one person and another. if you make the decision together, and the final conclusion will be good. Another point is it ensures sustainable and environment protection. An agreement investors check, equity profit, government chase tax, and the community live with damage for 100+ years. This it means that investors chase quick for profit. All investors need profit, and the government need tax, and community live with the damage for 100+ years. Co-governance balance profit versus parent. It means that communities will reject project that poison rivers, cut all forests, and destroy essential rent without a proper rehabilitation plan. This forces investors to use better technology and clear energy from one day to another. For example, gold mines in my region left nuclear purity with community board, set environment bonds, and yes, I was explained the point that ensure sustainable and environmental projection. In this point, we have two characters here in our motion: private investors and the state and the community. So when it ensures sustainable environment in the projection, means that all of us characters in our motion
Right, we have 2 minutes of cross-examination time.
It's you who's asking. You're asking him questions.
Do you do it?
You stated that you need to work together in a decision. You stated that there is collective decision making in the business prospect, but in every society you'll need to have one person who's higher than the others, who exercises authority. So that may hinder like the legitimacy of what you expect him to do. So you can't like make a decision like together. Someone must have an authority or a group of people.
So your question is?
The question is like, how do you navigate that?
Yes, in order to, the point was to protect human rights, and in my explanation, I will say that when there is the cooperation between the state, private investors, and the community for making a decision, a final decision. In your community, you have leaders, exactly. So the leaders can I speak to, can I speak for a group of people, right? So that is my explanation. Yes. The individual can cooperate together and they get a final conclusion, but can be presented by our leader.
We're moving to the next question. Why should local communities have governance power if they lack the expertise needed to evaluate complex tourism or conservation projects?
So repeat again.
Why should local communities have governance power if they may lack the technical expertise needed to evaluate complex tourism or conservation projects? He did not speak on
Yes.
conservation projects. Did he speak on? Did he speak on conservation projects?
Please, I'd ask that you please stick to time. You have 6 minutes of speech and 2 minutes of time. So as well as you're asking the questions, be mindful of how you're placing them so that the speaker has ample time to respond or to adequately satisfy your desire.
Okay.
All right.
You're done.
Okay.
He's done.
Yeah, he's done. Kijamii Africa.
Thank you.
so much for that one speech. We welcome the first negative speaker.
Good morning, fellow debaters and judges. I am going to state how our motion is better than theirs. My first argument is structural gridlock destroys the agility required for global tourism. The fundamental flaw in the proposition's model is that it treats tourism like a static mining operation. Tourism is not oil or gold, it's a hyper-competitive, fast-moving service industry. Success depends entirely on the market, agility, immediate capital deployment, and rapid adaptation to global travel trends. Private developers need to move fast to capture market windows. State entities demand regional infrastructure compliance. Local communities bring hyper-localized, often internally conflicting day-to-day demands. When every operational decision requires consensus among all three, the project paralyzes. So look at the, going to make an example out of the Semien Mountains National Park in Ethiopia, studied extensively by UNESCO and the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Attempts to create decentralized multi-stakeholder management frameworks involved local agro-pastoral communities, regional, state, and ecotourism operators led to years of bureaucratic inertia. While three groups clashed over land boundaries, zoning rules, and grazing rights, infrastructure deteriorated, poaching resurfaced, and the parks were placed on the list of World Heritage in danger. So involving the community basically made the matter worse. By contrast, centralized decisive government creates world-class tourism hubs. Consider Rwanda's Akagera National Park. The Rwandan government bypassed fragmented local co-governance and entered a direct centralized management agreement with African Parks, a private conservation organization. With a clear and compromised chain of command, they rapidly reintroduced lions and rhinos, built premium and transformed the park into a massive revenue generator. This motion builds a wall of bureaucracy around African destinations, ensuring that they fall behind global competitions who can make decisions rather than yes. My second argument is going to be about capital flight evaporates the funding needed for premium eco-tourism. Look at the cold economic reality of the global luxury hospitality market. Developing high-end land-intensive safari lodges or beach resort in a remote area requires huge capital expenditure. Investors must build their own roads, install solar grids, drill for water, and market to high net worth international travelers. So this is going to cost a lot of capital. International tourism financiers are highly risk averse. They will only invest in jurisdictions that offer legal certainty. When communities are involved in co-governance, legal certainty does not exist, because sometimes the community can disagree with the investors or the government. So if an African state bypasses a law mandating that a private hospitality corporation must hand over equal governance seats to local communities, investors will simply take their money elsewhere. They might invest in Asia or in America or Australia. They will build their luxury resorts in Costa Rica and so on and so forth. We have seen the disastrous outcomes of regulating corporate tourism governance. Consider Zimbabwe's historical wildlife reform and the early community-based initiative analyzed by the World Bank. When political shifts and aggressive land uses mandates destabilized private property rights and complicated corporate governance structures, international safari cooperators pulled out entirely. Foreign, the FDI, the foreign direct investment in the tourism sector, evaporated overnight. The proposition's model achieves a Pyrrhic victory. They have designed the perfect rules to govern a luxury eco-resort, but they have ensured the resort will never be built in the first place. So I'm going to end my arguments by saying co-governance does not protect communities. It paralyzes tourism development, frightens away luxury investments, and leaves the poorest citizens holding a boardroom seat with no revenue to distribute. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I have a question. In your first point, you said that when these three components are comprised together, may lead to failure in catching markets. Have you not think of that markets which the investors are learning for? Will it not affect human rights? Because everyone has light. Although they are learning for markets maybe for profits and so on, the ones surrounding the area where they are going to invest, they might be affected with that investment. Have you not think of that?
Yeah, I get your question. A lot of African nations are basically democratic. So the government that is part of the decision-making process are the ones that we chose to represent us. And they're basically going to put our interests first, the people's interests first. As you said, like when the local communities are not involved in those decision-making styles, they might affect human rights, which is true, but then the government is there to defend you, because it's a democratic government, and basically the people, it's for the people, by the people. So yeah, the government is gonna defend the people.
That's true, but we have been observing that in most of African states, it is stated that it's the democratic.
So.
Thank you so much for that fine speech. Again, I want to advise you, you have 2 minutes of explanation time. It's a question you're asking the speaker. So please summarize your questions directly to what you wanted to respond into, so that you don't go over
It's just that
explaining
they are
and use up most of the time. That marks the end of the speech. We go into the second affirmative speaker. Just make sure you use the microphone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lahel Alphonse. I come from IAA, and I will go to agree with the motion by the following points. The first point is when government, investors, and citizens cooperate together in making decisions, it improves transparency. When I'm talking of transparent, I mean that everything will be open. It will not be a matter of citizens they have no idea of what is going on the country or in the government at all. So when these three cooperate together, it come up with transparent. That means that everything is open and everything is very right, it will not happen like a surprise. That is my first point. And in most of African countries, we have been seeing that many things happen in our government. They are not very much open. For example, an investor may come in our country and may need to invest in market, in what is this, mining sector, and will be given authority to invest. But people living in that area, most of time, they usually not be aware with what is happening. They will just be surprised with things are going on. They are coming and tell them maybe you have to shift from this area and go in that area without even being given some conditions to on how that investment is going on. That is my first point. And my second point is it's build trust between stakeholders. By this saying trust between stakeholders, I mean that when the government, citizens, and investors sit together and make decision of what they want to do on a certain area or in a certain region, it's built trust. Citizens, they become very much trust with the government and the investment which has been brought in that area. By so doing, it promotes democracy. Democracy is not a matter of just making decision. Democracy is a matter of sitting with your citizen and making decision with your citizen, not making decision because you are in the authority. My third point is that it strengthens human rights. Democracy is all about human rights. And when we are talking of investing and extracting resources from Africa, we have to think of human rights. When extracting resources in Africa, we have to think of how will it affect human rights. For instance, some of mining sectors, they usually pollute environments. It's true that they are coming to improve. What is it? They are coming to improve our economic, but they are distracting our environment. End of the day, it will happen what the disaster in our environment. So when the government, citizen, and the investors sit together and make decision of what should be done in a certain area, it's improve human rights and keep our environment safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech. You have 2 minutes of cross-examination time that starts now.
So you talked about transparency. I wanted to ask, how does adding more decision makers guarantee transparency?
That is very open. When we are 3 or 4 making decision, it's help people to know that what is going on, what is coming, and what should be done.
You're going for it. What I wanted to say is the community, like every person from the local community is not going to be involved in that decision making. When the government and the investors are, basically the community is going to be represented by elders, like many African communities. It's either the chiefs, just the elders. So what if those, what I'm trying to say is, how does it guarantee transparency? Like, those elders can still be corrupt. The community is still not going to, every person from that community is still not going to have access to everything that's going to be happening. I hope you got me.
I've got your question. It is not a must everyone to go and make decision, but there are protocols to follow. For instance, before sitting before sitting and make decision, you might either say that I will have time to meet my citizen first before going and meeting those investors. For instance, investor can come and sit with citizen first and present what he or she wants to present to the citizen, and then their government and the investor will have then what I mean that the decision made.
Thank you so much for that nice speech. Welcome the second negative speaker to start us off.
My time starts now. Good evening, able panelists. Good morning, able panelists. So in this session, I would like to first of all tell you why our negative side will be more better than the affirmative side. Firstly, I would like to highlight that this motion is not about democracy in Africa, as the affirmative side states, but development. And in this, we see that according to the affirmative side, they want a capitalist country, which means that they will not be getting any foreign ideas or foreign investors. This will be wrong, because ideally in history, there's no country that can work alone. You'll need a better idea from a better person from another sector of the world. So this can't be done while having your own ideas without brainstorming from other people in other places. In this way, we see that in any country, you'll have to trade. Who will you trade to if you still are maintaining your, like, everything you're keeping to yourself? You're not considering that you may want this thing from another person, or another person may want something from you. Ideally, you can't survive alone. You need someone. You need another person. This is seen when Zimbabwe, when they got their independence, what they did, they wanted to rely on themselves first because of the colonizers, which was a sad thing, unfortunately. But in this way, you'll see that even though you have a good idea of your country, but in this you have to work with people, even if they are bad, even if they are good. But you choose wisely who you are working with. But don't say that you're not working with anyone. So in Zimbabwe, we saw that before the independence, the major parts of the economy was owned by the colonizers. They switched this, but in a wrong way. They placed all the resources in a group of people in a government in the same country. This failed because they didn't have the ideas on how to work with what they have inherited. So instead they went and fumbled in everything. With that said, I'll rest my case from there. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. You have 2 minutes of cross-examination. That's now.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there. Can you repeat your second point?
What?
Can you repeat your second point?
The second point. Can you?
I thought you were talking about development.
Yeah.
Yes. In order to get the development in the country, we're supposed to have unfairness.
No, not unfairness. Oh, what makes you say that?
So can you explain your points, perpendicular, effectively to our motion, with the vivid examples?
I didn't say there will be unfairness.
You are talking about development.
Yeah.
So can you explain your point, perpendicular, effectively to our motion, with the vivid examples?
Sorry, can you?
I'm saying that.
Yeah.
Can you explain your point, perpendicular, effectively to our motion?
The second point.
With vivid examples.
In development, as I said, you can't work alone. You'll need someone to support you, or you need to support someone in order for you to gain more. So in that, for example, a country can't produce everything, and it can't rely on everything it has. So it should have someone. For example, as currently, if you're not working with the US, you're working with Russia. That's an example. So it means that for example, if it's oil, you can't get oil from America. You'll get it from Russia. If you get wheat flour from America, you'll get it from Brazil. So that's the idea. You can't get wheat from your own country if you can't produce it. You can't get oil from your own country if you don't produce it. You need to access it from another place.
So in order to get the development in our country, we're supposed to be helped by capitalist country.
Ideally, you need help. You can't work alone. That's the main point.
Recently, remember Dr. John Magufuli.
Yeah.
Was saying hapa kazi tu. So everybody in the nation is supposed to participate in order to get the development, but not the assistance from other country. Remember that when you get the assistance from
I
other
think
country,
you're mistaking me. You're not, it's not being assisted. It's helping each other. Like, I'm not in need. I'm not the one in need, but we are all in need.
Thank you so much for that speech. We now go into the third affirmative speaker.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm here to proposing
motion. My point, I have like 2 points. I start off with one. It prevents exploitation. If government investors and the affected users can work together, it prevents exploitation due to we see in our countries many investors from outside countries, from either in other country, when they came to our countries, mostly a part of making profit, also they make a big exploitation due to what you can see like I have an example in some region like Jombe, Iringa, in south of Tanzania. There was a big exploitation due to many investors came in Africa, he came in Tanzania, and signed a contract, but that contract, what they signed between them and the government, while people didn't, or affected users are not consistent. So due to that, we see the exploitation. They took large areas, and the people who live in that area, the people who lived in that area, they stay poverty. They don't have land, but the investors, they own big land, many hectares. So due to that, we are supposed government affected users and the investors to sit down and make the decision. Another point is to ensure fair compensation. If all of them they sit and they make a decision, we see there has been a fair compensation, because if either government with investors making decision without having if investors and the government only making decision, or we see there was some compensation. For example, there was a village and the people they lived there, they have houses, they have gardens and etc. And the investors wants to invest in that area. If we see if the users or the villagers, they don't being consistent in decision making, there was some compensations they lack. For example, I want to say what actually our government or leaders, sometimes we can say sometimes they go outside of rights, like by what? By what? I can say that some leaders in Africa, they are corrupt. They are what? They are corrupt. I don't have a good way to say here, but in Swahili I can use Swahili neutral. Naweza kusema kwamba viongozi wengine wa Afrika wengi wao ni wala rushwa kama tunavyojua. Kwa hiyo kwa such way tunaona we see that if government or leaders with investor only make the decision, we see the villages will still be are not their compensation to lack their compensations. So in order to avoid that, the leaders, villagers or affected users with investor should stay in table and make decision for either a project which is going on, and the users are supposed to say, if the project will going here, we need this compensation, and to agree all together, and not only a government with the investors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the speech. We go into the reply speech when we've had negative speaker.
Oh, there's no cross-examination.
Yeah.
Okay, I begin now. Yes, thank you, judges. Thank you, able speakers. Thank you, my partners. I'm going to state why we win this argument, why the fact that we're opposing co-governance.
Do you have a ballot that you filled out?
No.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. I start again, huh? Okay. Can I tell you?
Yeah.
You have started?
You started?
Have you started?
No.
Okay. Okay, I can start now. So yes, thank you. I'm going to mention why we win this argument, and why co-governance is opposed from our point of view. And I would like to start with stating that the proposers did mention things to do with co-governance and how it's correct. They mentioned things to do with reduces conflict. It listens to the ideas of the community. It's not just the investors, the government making decisions, but it's also the community being involved in making decisions. But they did also mention that transparency is also involved. But then now we need to go back to co-governance. I don't think the proposers define co-governance to a level that we can now debate whether co-governance is correct or co-governance is wrong. Because they did mention co-governance does include decision making. And then they did go back when we were cross-examining to say that no, it doesn't mean decision making, it means transparency and telling the people about the decisions that are to be made. So it's quite confusing. We don't know whether it is to make decisions as co-governance or it is to be transparent and for the community to hear what the government or investors are doing. It was a bit confusing there. And so I would like to also go to speak about the investors. The investors have been defined as bad people. They have been defined as people who chase their own interests. They have been defined as people who do not have the interests of communities. But if we're to look at today's companies, if we're to look at today's investors, these investors actually have certain procedures in the companies they have, in the companies they lead, that allow them to look at the community, allow them to listen to the community. And that was not well put out how the investors are bad. It's just mentioned that investors are bad, but we don't know how the investors are really bad. They say there's exploitation. They say investors have a lot of land, investors have a lot of money, or investors even have a lot of places that they exploit. But as a matter of fact, it's a principle that if you're putting money somewhere, you're going to get money. And I do believe that in our position, from our perspective as opposers, co-governance cannot work because investors may have the best interest of the people. They may have the best interest of the community and its land, the community and its people. But then the community itself, the ones that we're talking about, the ones we're saying that they need to co-govern, those might actually not have the best interest, because we did hear from Anzal, for example, that these people can exploit, these people that are representing the community, the people who are representing the community, they can be corrupted. They can be in the form of elders, they can be in the form of local councils and all that. They can be corrupted themselves. So while the community thinks that they're fighting for themselves, they're actually not fighting for themselves. They're actually fighting for small people in, yes? Yes. This is it. Yeah. Okay. So community could be anyone. You haven't defined who community is. And if you put it to elders or local council, they can also be corrupted. So we believe as a team and as what we have mentioned, that the point of no co-governance and the government and investors taking hold of things, it does not mean that they are not doing it in the best interest of the people. They are doing it for the people. And when communities come in, like Anzal stated, the communities might affect that, and they might I'm forgetting the word she used. She used the word. They even slow down the process of development, because now they have to have another decision maker, and that slows down the process. That brings me to my third point, the fact that when there are so many decision makers, it literally slows down development, because everyone starts to fight for their own interests. Everyone starts to fight for their own. If communities are making a decision, if governments are making a decision, if investors are making a decision, that means that they will all want to feed their own interests. As they are doing that, no development is made. And that's where democracy comes in. We say that these people are not represented, but through democracy, as stated through us, democracy allows the community to have their say on who is elected to make decisions for them. As they have that decision-making process of electing their leader can now come and make decisions on their behalf. What was stated, it was stated like the government and the people are separate. But African states, as we see, African states are defined by the people. And African states, that means that when they are elected, that means that their people, their communities, have a say on what decisions are to be made. My last point is to do with tourism. And the first speaker did mention the fact that when these investors are chased away, when we say communities have a say and the investors have no say, these investors shall go somewhere else. And like stated before, that these investors are not bad. These investors are not evil. So when they go away, and these investors don't have to be foreign. These investors can be national investors. Once they are chased away because the community has a different interest, the investor has a different interest, the government has a different interest, then no development happens. So that is to say that we oppose co-governance for the reasons stated. And yes, I rest my case.
Don't go too far, we'll call you back.
Abidi niombe ruhusa. Tutachanganyana tu. nyie ndo mlikuwa mnashindana na Kido? Inaendelea.
Ile rhetoric
Unaanza picha tu. Tena unaanza picha. Nafanya kwa rahisi. Kuna nani mbona kwa sasa nataka kupigana. Yeah. Hapo kuna beti ya moto sana. Kuna ile huko. Kuna moja huko juu. Kuna moja iko kule.
Wale wazungu.
Watu ya wazungu.
Ya wazungu na wanaenda kwa moto kwenye
Sasa kuna moja hii hapa bana. Kama watoto wana hii ni nzuri. Hii wana bado tena wanaume kwa wanawake. Wanaume.
Jamani ningekuwepo inaonekana wote.
Ni wa moto. Sasa kuna hii.
Ile wanaonewa basi. Unaona. Hapo kwa wewe mzungu.
Ni fair.
Of course tushajua washindi mpaka hapo. Kwa nini mpaka wanashinda wao? Hawakutii.
Watoto ni wajina na wale mtuni. Na wanaume wa kuruga.
Hata hii hapo nje ilikuwa ya moto.
Ilikuwa ya moto hii.
Watoto ni wanafunzi wa sekondari lakini
hii ni ya moto. Huyu dogo ni wa moto huyu.
yeye tuko kumwangalia kama mbele. Acha na nani hata yule mwenzake. Kuna vitoto wa siku hizi vinakuwa na akili sana.
Ni maandalizi hamna mwingine.
Maandalizi au sio?
Ni maandalizi. Sasa kuona na leo mtoto kama Kobe utategemea atakuwa mamba. Bora hii kweli. Wadada kwa wadada watoto kwa watoto.
Wale wazungu huko.
Na hii na yenyewe ni ya moto. Kule hapa dogo. Kuna mkiafu chake mzuri.
Mashati ya blue wako vizuri sana. Ni sekondari ni sekondari.
Ile kamera kaisikuji vizuri pia kule kwa naingia hii rudisha nyuma.
Watu wako naingia.
Ile kamera yote nyuma kama kawaida.
you all.
Okay. Hello once again. I would love to congratulate both of you for doing wonderful in this debate. It was a nice dialogue in both sides. Well, the winner is on the negative side, and right now we are here just to give some constructive feedback. Mind the word constructive. Yeah, has nothing to do with toxicity. Yeah. So I would love to congratulate the winning side. They had their strength and also weaknesses. Yeah. The first speaker, you are evidence-based. That is very good. I did cross-check your articles, and they were sound, and that is something that you can add on in the other rounds. Yeah. And on the second speaker, first of all, the area of weaknesses in your side was you focused highly on tourism. I think on both sides we needed, you guys should dig deep. You should go deep on the matter, on the motion, as in it's vast. Like the projects are there are a lot from oil, from transport, from we were expecting somebody to throw some things like a project we've never even heard of. Yeah. So I think your area you highly focused much, I think, on tourism, and also yeah.
I did that because the theme was about tourism, so I just focused on
The team was?
tourism.
I think we're managing to feedback and you do that in general.
Okay. But yeah, you can take that into consideration because the motion is wide. Don't confine yourself. And then the second speaker, you did something. I think you should add more on the evidence-based. Yeah. The third speaker, you are amazing. I think you did note some good point on corruption. You guys stated the issue of corruption, and then he took it and he flipped it, and then he stated it as to his advantage. I mean, that was nice. That was something of a strength. So also I would advise you guys, be careful on the words you speak, because he noted that, and then he took it and he kept it on his advantage. That means he scores a point. So that's generally, but on your side, guys, I think we should add on more on evidence-based. As we stated yesterday, that the social justice debate is more of evidence-based. I was expecting something concrete. As you tell me there's issue with transparency, I think you should state some articles, as in based on an article that was written in along the lines, you know. Yeah, but narrating a story kwamba there was a villager, he was not compensated. I mean, how sure are we? How can we believe? Were you there? You know, it brings some conflicts. I cannot give you a point because there is no any supporting evidence. Yeah, and the debate is more of evidence-based. Okay, so I think you can work on that area. Yeah, but the third speaker, you did amazing. There was a question that was cross-examined by the first speaker right there. You answered, you raised the case very well. So I would love to congratulate you. And also, both of you were amazing. But I think the areas we should add on is that. And then there is going in loops. Yeah, your arguments, they just go around the same loop. I mean, transparency, human rights with democracy, whereby anyone can say democracy will go back to transparency. So I think you should try and make an argument that can stand alone, and the judge will be like, okay, this is an argument that does not link with the second argument. Yeah, in constructing that. While the first speaker had her points, your points were a bit structural, which was a very nice thing. The way you state the first point is this, a judge can make sense, but this will deal with this. So I think that is an area you can work on. But all in all, you guys did great. I congratulate you. I don't know if we'll see each other on the next round, but you did amazing. Yeah. Yeah. You have something to say?
Okay, just to add on general things, I think the debate was averagely done. Please just... I was saying the debate was generally done. Please just get back into the basics of the format itself. Role ya first speaker ni gani, second speaker ni gani, third speaker ni gani. Learn how to use your time well, how to conduct yourself in the cross-examinations, how to ask the questions, what a third speaker is allowed to do and not allowed to do. We don't want to hear new points coming from the third speaker. And then lastly also on framings, just be very keen on how you frame this debate. For example, when amesema, this debate is simple. It's all about development in all aspects that you're going to be talking about. So both teams are going to be talking about development occurring either way. So there's a problem that prop side is supposed to be saying, that there's a problem existing out of this development that we can only solve if we have a cooperation or if we have a co-ownership by all these three people. The same way, negative side is also supposed to say, even with this problem, we think it's better solved in this following way, where we don't have co-ownership, where only one person owns it. So that when mnaanza kusema case, for example, like protection of human rights, conflict in society, transparency, and vitu kama hizo, how are they being solved by this co-ownership? If all these three people own these things, hizi vitu zinasotiwa aje? How does that link into what you're saying? It's not just enough to say, these are the problems that exist, that's why we need to have co-ownership. We think there are issues with human rights, so we think there needs to be co-ownership. How does this co-ownership work? Co-ownership itself, what does it mean? Does it mean there's equal ownership? Does it mean this party can recall this party? The community can come and say, this has been done wrongly. For example, mnasema environmental pollution out of mining. Does it mean that these people can call out these people and things like that? The same to you guys. If you're going to be talking about sometimes things can be best owned by only one person, talk exactly about how that's an issue. It's not just enough to say there's delays that occur with co-ownership. Talk about how these issues can best be solved if only one person owns this particular right or owns this particular mandate. And then this is just the easiest trick as you go on against it. Nyinyi msha identify ya kwamba the issues you have ni hizi na hizi na hizi na hizi. So just work on how these issues manifest zinajitokeza. Ndio kwa maana nasema you use like citations, case studies. Wapi kumetokea vitu kama hiyo abuse of human kama transparency, how can it be sorted? Kama watu wana own this stuff. Ukiongelea representation, si kila mtu anakuwepo pale kwa hii vitu. How does it make it to be transparent? It's not just enough to say there's transparency. Hii information inafikiaje watu? Labda kuna hearings, labda kuna reports, kuna vitu kama hizo zinapeanwa. That's the easiest way to work on it on proposition side. In opposition side, the same. Identify that these are the issues that occur from co-ownership. And these are the issues that occur when only one person owns this thing majorly. So how do we bridge this particular gap? If we're saying that the government is directly going to own this, or the majority or the private entities are directly going to own this, how do we solve issues of transparency? How do we solve issues of human rights? How do we address all of these issues that occur? Ndo debate isije ikakuwa kuna hizi issues inatokea, that's why we think there needs to be co-ownership. How does co-ownership solve these issues? Sawa. And it also shouldn't be kuna hizi issues with co-ownership, that's why we think only one person needs to come into place. How do we solve these issues? And then largely, it's a social justice debate. So let's all agree at the end of the day, we want to have justice solved for all these parties. So how do you solve this particular issue of justice in the area or in the floor that they then address? After that, it's easy to run this debate. Otherwise, well done. In case of any personal feedback, you can see him or myself for more. Sawa sawa. Asante.
All right, do we have everybody? This is the last call. In the room, in the room. Debaters, judges, in the room. I wish it magnified. It'd be so nice if it magnified me.
Oh, yes. At first, that's what I thought it was.
No. Rogath, when did you get here? You left us? You're good, Josh. Okay. I know, right? What sucks, Ken? We actually got the TV working. I can display the draw on the TV. Alrighty! Are you here? Is your partner here? Yes. All right. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to move the chairs, and then I'm going to start. What am I saying? I'm just doing the draw. Do we have any other announcements? Yep.
In between rounds,
Mm-hmm.
should we have them move that to the back of the room?
I think they want it for debating. Maybe during lunch they could.
Fair
but
enough.
it's- Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I was when you said to draw on the TV.
I know. It's a shame. But they do, I sent it out. They should have, if they have the tab and have internet,
yeah,
they
they
can
know
look
they-
at
yeah.
it. Yeah. All right. Congratulations, debaters, on a fantastic round one. Give yourselves a round of applause. Congratulations, debaters, on a fantastic round one. Give yourself a round of applause. Hopefully you made some great arguments, some friends, some enemies, and now we go into round two. So, well, it happens to the best of us. So we're going to go into round two. We're going to do it slightly differently in that debaters, we're going to release you first to your rooms, to go to the rooms. Judges, we are not telling you where you're going because we want to make sure we all get there where we're supposed to, okay? So debaters are going to go. You can go to your room. You can figure out I'm affirmative, I'm negative. It should be the opposite of what you were last time if we've done it right. And then we'll send the judges 5 to 10 minutes later to get started. Does that make sense? Okay, so if you have the link on the tab, any other announcements, people we think we need to make? We're good? Okay, if you have the link, it should be there. It should be live public. You can see the debaters. Otherwise, I'm going to read it out. In LR1, we have UDSM, Gora, Isaac, and Festo against KCMC. There's only one KCMC, so I'm going to stop there. In LR10, Strathmore, Beauty and the Beasts against UDSM, Serena's team. In LR11, Strathmore, SDS Trickle-Aid versus Nikito Alpha Squads. In LR12, Nikito, Peaky Blinders Affirmative versus IAA, Monaka, Yusuf, and Josiah. The bye is going to go to Nikito, the Silent Destroyers. In LR2, UDSM, Frederick Douglass on the affirmative against Merrick's team from UDSM and UVM. In LR2 is this room. In LR3, UDSM ally Benja Youssef against Nikito Game Changers. In LR4, Strathmore, Persuasive Pioneers versus Nikito, the Crossfire Queens. In LR5, USIS Makita Rabasa versus Nikito, the Argument Avengers. In LR6, we're going to have Lily's team with UVM and UDSM versus Strathmore Powerpuff Girls. In LR7 is Nikito Void Storm Hunters versus Tharaka Winner Takes All. In LR8 is Morehouse against USIS Bad Boys. And in LR9 is the Nikito Fox Panthers versus IAA Negative. Debaters, please go to your rooms. Judges, do not leave.
I'm up here every day to double check.
Judges, stay here. Judges should be here. Debaters are kicking you out. out. Except for if you're in L2, you can stay here, I suppose. I guess.
LR10 is not the outside one, right?
No, LR12 is outside.
Should I allocate the judges and see what it
Yeah,
does?
yeah, why not? Yes, I think you should. I agree. I do need all my judges. Okay. Have we kicked almost all the debaters out? Good luck, good luck, good luck. Debate smart. Really? I just need to make sure there's a chair in each room. And I'd love to not judge. Good luck! You did so good. You all did really good.
Oh my god, why am I forgetting how to do this?
You're doing fine. You're going to allocate the adjudicators. You've got this, Helen. You got it, bud. You got it, bud.
I can't, it won't just like automatically.
It should. What's the... oh, yeah, hit that. I'll hit the green button. No. Okay. So, who should go against them? That should be, I don't know, Diana. Faith. Diana or Faith? There's Faith, there's Diana. Armin and Samuel. Armin, you're the chair. Come, the first judge is going to be the chair who I announce. Come take your ballot, and then you, Samuel, are you here? No? Armin, you're by yourself.
Samuel.
There we go. Can you write that down, and we're going to cross off Samuel?
Okay.
In LR10, Faith and Ellie Faith. Faith will be our chair. Ellie Faith, are you here? Yes? Wonderful. Oh, yeah. You were great last round. You got a good panel, Faith. You're in LR10, which is, you know where it is. In LR11, we have Marianne as a chair and Eric. Marianne, yes, wonderful, and Eric, fantastic. Yes. You are LR1. Armin? Yes. Thank you. In LR12, we're going to have Charlie Rose and Simon. LR10, 11. This is, what did I say, 12? 12. Thank you so much. In LR2, that's this room, is going to be Micah. Ooh, Micah, you're judging in this room. Mercy, Faith, and Stephen. Mercy, Faith, and Stephen, are you here? Stephen? Mercy, Faith? Can we write down Mercy, Faith? Mercily? It's that one in all caps. We're going to cross out. Fantastic. It'll just be the two of you. You're going to crush it. In LR3, Esther, you're going to be chairing with Raphael, Alphonse, and Sharon. Are you all here, Sharon and Raphael? No.
We have Sharon. Sharon?
Esther and Sharon? Great. But cross off Raphael. You are in LR3. Great. Wonderful. See, I knew we had some judges who were hiding who weren't here because they're hiding. All right, in LR4, Wycliffe, you are chairing with Asante and Christina. Are you here? Asante? Yes? Great. No Christina. Cross off Christina. It's Christina Detonis. LR4. Yes. Go and start the debates when you get there. Hopefully the other judges. In LR5, I want Dom and Revlin. Are you here? What? Revlin? R-E-V-E-L-I. You're with Dom in the back. Can you take him? Great name. And go to LR5, please. Dominic will be your chair, okay? He's sitting in the back on his phone.
Dominic.
Dominic. Right, take this guy and go chair in LR5. I'm getting there. I'm telling you right now. In LR6 is Diana with Scholastic George. Are you here, Scholastica? George? Nope, by yourself. You got this. Cross her off. I don't know. In LR7, I have Trevor chairing with Sarah. Oh, I think Sarah is one of the judges. I thought I removed already. Just you. You got it. In LR8, I have Dilliot with Andrew and Alicia. Fantastic. She's going to be the chair. All right. You guys are in LR8. They've got your ballot. Fantastic. So this is a good. See. But not both of them, right? Just one of them?
Yeah.
And not on that side, right? It's a different side?
I think so.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me know. It's going to be okay for right now, okay? Where was I? Lastly, LR9, Moses, you're going to chair with I don't think Angel's here. Do you need to, have you not gone? Have you not been called?
No.
You're Moses?
Yeah,
Yes.
Moses.
What's your name?
Joshua.
Joshua? I don't have you down. Joshua, do you want to go with Moses? Fantastic.
That's
Go.
Ella?
You're in LR9.
9.
9.
I think
I don't have a Joshua. This is good. We need to leave. All right, at this room, you can come on in. All right, have a great debate, folks. Is this your coffee?
This is my coffee. I think that's your tea.
No, I definitely drank all my tea, so I'm not going to drink the mysterious tea.
I don't
It's
know
not
whose
mine.
tea that is.
Have a great debate. Where's Merrick? Merrick! You can go in now. All right. Yes. So 6 minutes. I begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. I'd like to start off with a quote by Friedrich Bott. The free market capitalist economy is the perfect alien overlord. It cares not for humans, humanity, racism, collapse, death, suffering, or hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, the affirmative's burden today is to defend mandatory co-governance among the state, private investors, and affected communities. As for the negative, their burden is to prove how social justice can be achieved for all of these parties without co-governance. The goal of the debate is, of course, understanding that these systems exist within various African regimes, but to determine which is the most socially just for all parties involved. Our stakeholders in today's debate are obviously 1, the community members, 2, the government, and 3, private investors and stakeholders. As affirmative, our framework revolves around 2 main concepts. 1, how late-stage capitalism will always prioritize commodification over environmentalism and even humanity. And 2, we'll be highlighting structures that have been implemented in Africa for the sake of co-governance and has succeeded. Our first point for today, the expansion of co-governance is necessary because affected communities bear the deepest cost of development. Ladies and gentlemen, extractive and land-intensive projects do not merely use land, they reorganize entire ways of life. They affect water sources, farming, fishing, housing, burial grounds, and cultural identity, even the future livelihoods. Therefore, justice requires more than just consultation. Communities must have enforceable power over approval, project design, compensation, monitoring, and enforcement. Now, according to resourceafrica.net, there is a structure called Community-Based Natural Resource Management, abbreviated as CBNRM. It is a rights-based approach to conservation that enables the communities that live on the land to have a real say in the management of their environmental resources. Parentheses, both wildlife and plants included. It is a form of devolved government that brings tangible benefits to local communities as well as helping to protect vulnerable environments and species. CBNRM is a rights-based approach to conservation that enables communities that live on this land. Ooh, sorry, that's repeating itself. Now, many authors have claimed that potential benefits of local natural resource management systems, such as CBNRM. These include local benefits such as revenue generation from natural resource-based enterprises, improved natural resource management, and the development of community capacity to manage local resources. That's by Corton in 1986, Brosius et al. 1998, Uphoff 1998, and Schrödinger in 1999. Number 2. Participation is not a procedural luxury. It is the condition that makes development legitimate. Development justice cannot just be reduced to GDP growth, royalties, or national infrastructure targets. We would like to emphasize that a project that enriches the state while dispossessing communities is not at its core socially just. Hartzell and Hadi in 2003 say that sometimes power sharing serves as a transition mechanism as it helps to establish a negative peace to stop the current hostilities and build institution. Other scholars argue that due to power sharing imposed merits, it may be relevant to adopt power sharing as a permanent mode of governance in society to prevent conflicts from recurring and enhance peace and democracy. Countries like Switzerland, Lebanon, Malaysia, and Zanzibar in Tanzania are among these that benefit from permanent power sharing. That was McCulloch and McAvoy in 2018. Another example I'd like to add on, South Africa's Solobeni mining dispute, covered by Jonathan Watts in 2018 on theguardian.com, shows this clearly. The court recognized that the communities with informal and customary land rights cannot be treated as obstacles to national development. Their consent matters because the project directly determines their land, culture, and future. One of the Solobeni community members says, and I quote, "We've set a precedent for all other communities facing this situation across Africa and the world. Until now, mining has been imposed on us. Now this judgment is a tool for communities to protect their land." For a bit more context, these people were being forced to move away from their land so that they could conduct a mining
what's the word I'm looking for? A mining project. And instead, they had riots against the government to the point where people were killed and gone against because they didn't want to let go of their heritage or their communal side. And showing that these people have stood up for themselves has set precedents for all of Africa. My third point, co-governance prevents exploitation by creating accountability before harm becomes irreversible, which is a very important point, guys. Stronger regulation after damage occurs is often too late. Pollution, displacement, destroyed livelihoods, and cultural loss may be impossible to fully repair. Mandatory co-governance shifts affected communities from being complainants after harm to decision makers before harm. An article by the UN Environmental Programme in 2017 covers the devastating case of the Ogoniland oil spill in Nigeria. In Nigeria's Ogoniland, decades of oil extraction produced severe land and water contamination, showing that when the state and investors dominate decisions, communities can be left with long-term environmental and health costs while benefits flow elsewhere. Over 300 square kilometers of area is now uninhabitable for humans and wildlife. Ending off with a quote from Akim Steiner, the UN Undersecretary General and UNEP. He said that the oil industry has been a key sector of the Nigerian economy for 50 years. But many Nigerians have paid a high price. Thank you.
All right, 2 minutes for cross-examination. So, okay, sorry, 2 minutes for preparation, then I'll have the cross-examination. Yeah.
All right, I start your timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Your entire case is rooted in theory and not in reality. You say some countries use power sharing, but you do not expand upon the wide differences on how power sharing differs from country to country. Can you name one country in Africa that uses co-governance structure as outlined in the topic statement?
Yeah, actually, the second 2 points that are going to be reiterated by my second speaker does expand on this, but for now I can just tell you Namibia and Botswana.
And how are things going for those countries?
Amazing, actually. Like I said, it will be further reiterated by my second speaker.
All right. Follow-up questions. Is it just for people to go without clean water?
No, it is not.
Is it true that the most effective way to purify water is water treatment plants?
Absolutely.
The average water treatment plant costs over $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that this sum would be difficult for most communities to acquire?
Absolutely.
So outside money is required as an investor now.
Agreed. As I
Would
stated
you
earlier,
approve
the 3 stakeholders are the communities, private investors, and government. And as affirmation, we fully believe that these 3 stakeholders hold an equal amount of, you could say, pressure or reassurance to make sure that these things come to be.
Now, as an investor, would you want to lose money?
No, I wouldn't.
Now, okay, how do you plan to access people who live in rural areas? Saying you're going to incorporate people in this co-governance? How you plan to?
So like I said, the system called CBNRM, this is not something new, and it's been discussed for almost 30, 40 years now, and there will be examples given by my second speaker on how this has been applied, and it genuinely works. That's why our first point talks about expanding co-governance. This is not a new structure. We're not proposing something new. This is something that exists. As affirmative, what we're telling you is that this is so much better than continuing with just policies and restrictions, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, something that happens, what happens when a local community vetoes a solar field?
We believe on affirmative that if a local community were to do something like that, they would have a valid reason to do so. Like the example that I gave of the Solomoni tribe, although they refused the mining to happen, we showed that there is relevance in culture and heritage, and people have a right to live on their homes without being displaced. We believe that this is equally important as what you call money or investments, and we don't want to take away that right from the people. Just because the people don't have money doesn't mean their opinion doesn't matter, and it doesn't mean that their land should be stripped from them.
Now, across the continent of Africa, there are millions of local communities, thousands of languages, different demographics. Who is going to translate? How are you going to create accessibility? How are you going to ensure accountability? And how are you going to ensure fairness?
Like I said, we are not proposing something new. CBNRM is something that exists. It has worked. We do have solid examples of how it has worked. This is not trying to unify Africa in any way, shape, or form. That is not what AF is proposing for. What we are proposing for is that this is a system that works. It has generated income. It has generated employment opportunities. Countries like Namibia and Botswana are doing it. We will have sources cited for that. And we think it works better. We're waiting to see the opposition's case on how their world looks better without co-governance or without a structure such as CBNRM. Thank you.
Right. Thank the speaker for the speech. Now welcome the first negative.
Wayo.
Okay, sure.
Alrighty, is everyone ready? Yes. Okay, I will begin shortly. Alrighty, I want you all to imagine that I am a billionaire investor in the United States or Europe or China or elsewhere, and I'm looking for a country or place to invest my money into. I've got a lot of options before me because we live in a capitalist world and we live in a world where there are a lot of competitive countries competing with each other for the same investors and the same funding. There's a lot of countries in Asia, for instance, developing countries in Asia, which are, that look very, appealing to me as an investor. But what this topic statement does, and what the affirmative side does, is they close out all of Africa, because this topic statement and this motion applies to the entire continent of Africa. They close the entire continent out to investment. Why is this? Well, because suddenly, as an investor, I'm having to go through all these hoops, and I'm having to go through all these regulations and rules, and potentially get any developmental project I want vetoed by any local community in any part of Africa. That is something that is a risk I am not going to take as an investor. I would much rather put my money in a place like a developing country in Asia, like India or Indonesia or Philippines or so on and so forth. There are so many other options for me to put my money into. When you put something that decreases investor confidence, which is defined as investors' willingness to engage in the investment opportunities and associated intermediation channels available to them based on their perception of risk and return. Basically, that just means that investors want to know that they're going to get a return on their investment. And that return on their investment, that certainty that they're going to get some return on their investment, is much less likely to happen when they know at any one time, any local community, anywhere in Africa basically where they want to do their project, can veto their project. Okay, moving on a little bit. As outlined in the topic statement, it is not our burden to justify corruption, exploitation, or the consequences of bad practices, as perhaps the affirmative team would like you to believe. We think our world will actively combat these harms and actually help achieve social justice in the end of the day. In this debate, both teams must prove that their plans are effective while working with often corrupt governments in Africa. 90% of African states score below 50 out of 100 on the Corruption Perceptions Index. The negative side is the only one that actually reckons with this reality, while the affirmative never really answers it. They say Nambia during Cross is a phenomenal country that has is an amazing model for co-governance. While I'm sure that there are elements of co-governance in Nambia that work well, the truth is that things are not going as perfectly as the affirmative would like you to believe. The numbers tell a very different story. It is one of the most unequal countries in the world according to the Gini coefficient, and it is also one of the poorest. So do not be blinded by the surface words that the affirmative team presents, because they do not give you many specifics at all. They do not get into the numbers, and I sincerely hope that their second speaker does. Okay, I want to push back a little bit more on the affirmative's model in case. This co-governance, how is this going to work? They do not answer this. They do not link this out. They do not model this for us. Who is going to contact people who live in rural areas all across Africa? There are millions of local communities. Who is going to pay for, the referendum that will have to pass this developmental project? Who is going to translate for these thousands and thousands of ethnic groups and languages? Who is going to create this accessibility, this accountability, ensure fairness at the end of the day? Because when we know there is corruption, we also know that there are going to be certain local communities that there is going to be corruption within. How is this managed? How is this held accountable? These are questions we never get from the affirmative because they can't answer it. And if they can't answer it, it means that one, development can't happen at all, or development can happen without civilian support, but the requirement of civilian support is actually met on paper. This means that the affirmative world actually makes it harder for civilians, for avenues of civilian power to be enacted. Can you win a court case if the paper trail says, well, we tried to contact you? Will the corporation respond as well if they have a token of support for publicity? No, of course not. This is why the affirmative will always fail. Okay, moving into the negatives arguments then, why we win this debate already. Two main arguments. One, competitive surrender, which I kind of already talked about, and two, not just more, but better development. So one on competitive surrender. The OECD, which is a collection of various countries, and said in their 2025 report that across the world, capital markets provide important means to finance businesses and the real economy. Efficient capital markets facilitate capital formation, foster innovation through technology adoption, and enable scalability across economic sectors. They can drive the investment, sustained economic growth, and productivity gains necessary to underpin rising living standards. And the World Bank in 2017 said that an investor survey of multinational corporations shows that political stability, security, and the regulatory environment are leading factors driving decisions to invest in developing countries. Once again, this plan that the affirmative proposes will introduce so much uncertainty that I am not going to deal with as a billionaire investor. I'm just going to go to other developing countries in Asia where I will be more likely to get an actual return and will have a more stable thing. Why is this important? Well, because Klein et al. In 2001 said that growth is the single most important factor in poverty reduction, so foreign direct investment is central to achieving that. Okay, moving on to our second argument about more and better development. There is an injustice, a social injustice of a lack of resources, lack of electricity, clean water, public transportation, jobs. Injustice in only the wealthy having comfortable lives with their needs met. More development means justice and needs actually getting met, and accurately getting opinions, so we can actually get these projects off the ground, and also interregional development. I also want to talk briefly about the Nile River, for instance. Ethiopia recently constructed a $5 billion dam, which was a collection of multiple different countries to build this dam, but it also has some countries which were dissenting against that dam. It is now the biggest producer of hydroelectric power in the world, and it has also produced so much clean water for Ethiopia, and it has been a huge boon for their economy. But there are some local communities who oppose that. It touches thousands of local communities, that entire dam. Any one of those could have vetoed that dam, made that whole $5 billion go away, and reduced all of that energy and all of those good things. That is an example of what happens when you basically take the control away from, when you take all the control away. At the end of the day, what we want to do is we want to make sure that development is secure and stable. Thank you. And I'm ready for cross.
Yeah, cool. Can I just remain seated? Like, is that?
Yeah, I don't
okay.
care.
All right. So first question: do the ethics of business still apply on your side of the house, or is profit the primary focus?
Of course, ethics still apply. Companies still have to comply with regulations in whatever country they're operating in.
Okay, cool. And does the veto given by a community affect the locals in a negative manner, one that is non-capitalist, as it does affect international private investors?
Okay, so I'm a little confused what you're saying, but I want to go back to the Nile Dam example because I think it's a very good one for this debate. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, maybe even more than that, local communities are affected by that dam. Any one of them could have vetoed that project, which means suddenly an entire country and regions, not just one country, but multiple countries, would no longer have had benefits to that. So yes, just to get to your point, one local community perhaps may be disadvantaged by a project, but in doing so, they fail to see the bigger picture, which is a huge dam, which is providing clean water, clean energy for millions of people.
That's a cool example, but for example, when I talked about the Solobeni tribe in South Africa, they were being forced to leave their land for a mining thing that would have given the country like 130 million euros. And what we're trying to say is that, are we supposed to say that they should have just, left and given that money to the private investors? Like, is that money worth, weighing out the culture and the people's land and the fact that they were willing to die to maintain their culture and their heritage? Like,
no, I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that they should, continue to fight back against that. I think they should continue to struggle against the corporations. Corporations are not always good. That is not our position. We are not defending corruption. But we are saying at the end of the day, we are still going to get more development, more access to things like clean water, more access to things like solar panels and so forth, which is actually going to help combat climate change. We're seeing the bigger long-term picture here.
We're good? Okay, then we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
You should definitely hit more on, what's it called? I didn't really get to this as much. I wanted to. We should talk about this. I kind of ran out of time. I also didn't talk about, I sort of talked about this, but I didn't say any of this. But, so, yeah. Oh, so you ended here? Yeah, I ended here. Well, above here. I ended like up here. Oh, wait. This is good. Like the United States already damned. Yeah. I could ask it across too, but so what should I say? I mean, you can start wherever if you want to start with where you what did you speak on? Yeah. So I kind of stopped the damn thing. I don't think that seems to be said yet. But yeah. So let's start from here. Yes. Yeah. But once again, if you want to start with your arguments, you can as well. Just definitely try to come back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Do you want this? Or wait, I'll read some questions.
Let me just set up my timer in a second.
Okay, so let's see here. I wrote down their flow a little bit. I didn't write down everything, but
You're ready?
I think really hit on like the fact that like they're not
Okay.
really giving much assistance.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. First of all, I will extend on our points. Then I think my last one, I will do some few rebuttals. Then we summarize on this one. So the fact that So here is the thing. I think the team government thinks that at the point in time they are just advocating for a society whereby like we just attract investors. We don't care about the quality of the people that are here. I think Takia does a very, very fantastic job when she tells you that we have 3 main actors in this particular debate. And this is a social justice debate. These are the 3 actors that must benefit at the end of the day, and that is why we are here to defend. So the first thing is that he talks about, he says that at the point in time we have this, we have the community engagement, I think we are going to discourage investors. This is how the community engagement works. I think Takia tells you, this is the thing. It looks like if the government is willing or wants to set up a particular project in a particular community, it does consultation to the community level, it goes to the grassroots levels, it educates those residents and shows them how this project is going to benefit them, it shows them how it is going to be carried out, it shows them how it is going to be reclaimed. Because we know the incentive of the government in the end, it has to collect revenue. At the point in time it is able to collect revenue, at least it has benefited. The citizens or the community members there, if they have to be moved from one point to the next, I think it is particularly easier because the government is able to take them somewhere else, it does whatever it does, and yeah, I think that is all. But let me just extend to the points that my member talks about. The first, I think the first extension looks like the governance can be designed to avoid a light capture and represent the affected communities inclusively. The negative may argue that community is too vague, but that is an argument for better institutional design, not against co-governance as they talk about. Representation can require elected local committees, women's representations, youth representations, customary leaders, etc., a whole myriad of the people, independent technical advisors, public minutes, and recall mechanisms that are able to agree on how these projects are going to be carried out, the benefits that each party is going to gain. A published case study by Caro, 2000academia.org, on the community-based natural resource management and poverty alleviation in Namibia. Through community-based natural resource management, Namibians who form conservancies have legal rights to manage wildlife, benefit from tourism, which these secure like rights and will help with the help from NGOs and the government. Wildlife numbers which were disseminated by war and poaching are rising, and ecosystems are being rebuilt and rebounding. The African Commission has recognized that extractive projects often harm indigenous and local communities through displacement, environmental damage, loss of subsistence, and marginalization. This makes inclusive representation particularly essential for all these stakeholders to benefit. The last one, which is the fifth, it is like co-governance is better than state-only regulation because many African states have conflict of interest. The state is often both regular and revenue seeker. It wants taxes, royalties, foreign exchange, infrastructure, and political credit. Investors want profit and legal certainty. Without community power, both can agree to sacrifice local people for national or corporate gain, meaning that only two stakeholders are benefiting. The community members are not seeking that justice. It is not fair at all. And we see this often in our local communities. For instance, like in Tanzania, in Mfuto village, although the Environmental Management Committee has existed for so many years, it unfortunately seems to be largely dormant because natural resources, including the environment, are being degraded without any pronounceable measures against the environmental abusers, predominantly attributed to poor governance and lack of enforcement of the rule of law. That is from Christopher et al. 221 by the Social Science Department. Hence, co-governance does not reject development. It makes development durable by ensuring that communities share authority over the benefits, risk monitoring, and remedies, ultimately reducing conflict and makes projects more legitimate, makes it more accessible to every participant. The government is able to gain from it. The investors as well. There are some rules you say that you want to make profit, but you're not supposed to make that particular profit at the expense of the community members that exist there through pollution, etc. You have to take part in CSR. The members are, the community members are told, we are going to set up a hospital through this project, and we are able to benefit you at all. The investor themselves, they are still going to make that revenue. I don't understand when you say that it is going to chase away the investors, hence we are going to delay development or something of the sort. It still exists. only that at this point it is able to mitigate the social injustice that has happened. You are able to at least benefit both the government through revenue. A certain percentage of the revenue goes to the community. It is used for development, and that is how you are able to meet the justice thing. Ready whenever you are.
Okay. Let me get to my timer.
I think I can say, yeah.
Okay. I'm also just going to sit. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, so my first question is, so developing countries in Africa are actively competing with developing countries in Asia, like India and Indonesia. Why would I, as an investor, prefer African developing nations if suddenly there are all these regulations I have to jump through, when those other countries in Asia do not offer those same regulations and could give me those same benefits?
Panel, the Africa Economic Forum 2021 said that Africa is now becoming the most leading nation in terms of attracting the investors for a number of reasons. The first one is like it has the massive resources that are able to be used, like the minerals, like the land, etc., that are able to be used in order for it like to generate more revenue. So I don't understand the reason when you talk about that like there are other places that investors are going to do. Most of the businesses that happen, it is through the collaboration of these, like the foreigners, etc., setting up businesses within Africa because we have the resources and the manpower and everything.
Yeah,
so
so that point though plays exactly into our case's hand, which is that the source you just said that Africa is a desirable place right now for investors. All of that changes when you put all this red tape and all these regulations on investors to invest in to begin with. And yes, while it's true there are resources, right, that I can get in Africa easily, there are also a lot of those same resources in places like China, which is one of the most resource-rich nations in the world, and in Thailand and so forth. There are so many resources I can get elsewhere. So still, I don't think it really gets that question.
The positive thing with our side is now these resources, whenever we have the investors, because more than 99% of the exploitation of these resources, it tends to go back to the foreign countries. It benefits those investors at the oblivion of the residents of the community members. So what our model is, like through this co-governance, you are able to involve the community that these are the benefits that you're going to get. If you have to displace them, you have at least to tell them that we're going to take you to this place, we're going to cater for you, and like the kind of displacement that happens on their side, because the government and the investor holds absolute power, it does something like irrationally, hence the community members are not benefiting.
I have another important question, which is that in your world, the Nile Dam would never have been built. Is that a preferable world?
No.
Okay. So moving on then, you talk also about how that your plan would not stop development across this continent. But you also say that there are many conflicts among various African nations and states, and that there are conflicts of interest. So this just proves then that these three different actors that all have to come to agreement, they're all in confliction anyway with each other's like positions. How do you get them all to come to agreement if they disagree to begin with?
Basically, your case, you are just hinging your case on the idea that you just want to benefit like just one party, and that is not what social justice is about. Because this kind of development is still going to happen, but we tell you that we have some restrictions, we have some rules that are going to govern on how both parties are going to benefit, and that is particularly important because your case is free.
But you also agree, though, that it is not just, right, for people to go without clean water, correct? It is unjust.
Continue.
So that is unjust, right? Yes. And my partner already raised this, right, by talking about how like water treatment plants are the most effective way to get clean water to places that need it, and yet they cost about $10 million on average. Once again, how are local communities going to do that on their own?
These are the things that we are not telling you that we are going to stop like the setting up of projects within these community members. And we tell you that it is through the consultation, we have to involve them that this is the kind of project that we are going to set, this is how you are going to benefit and everything. I think we have done a lot more, and co-governance still exists. What we are telling you is just expand it. Yeah.
Thank you.
They are completely neglecting the fact that we think that we're only advocating for investors.
No, we're not. It has downstream benefits, of course. I mean, because once again, like the whole clean water thing, you need to build that. You need, once again, this whole thing right here that she's about to say, I think, but where is it? Yes, this. Injustice and like this, yeah. This whole paragraph, she's going to touch on it though, so yeah.
Okay.
I think she'll do it.
But still,
Alrighty.
investors can compensate the societies, right?
Yes, of course, yeah.
So
Yeah.
the societies do still benefit.
Yeah, they do, and
the government
yeah.
benefits.
I'm gonna start. No. So I'm gonna start on by cementing on what my first speaker said. Our first speaker, he spoke mostly about how we act. The main aim of this debate is so as to be able to get social justice for the people in the communities. So I'm gonna start on speaking on the tangible social justice. This is the type of which he spoke about, whereby injustice is like the lack of resources, lack of electricity, clean water, public transport, jobs. Injustice is the only wealthy having comfortable lives with meeting the ends meet. We're the only team to reckon that with the reality is that development needs to occur in order to improve people's lives. How would we bring about social justice to the communities that are facing injustice? You can do this by bringing in things and services such as clean water through dams and water plants, because not only can that be used by the people who are taking place or the projects that are taking place, but also the surrounding communities in that area. And also, we can also bring stable electricity through solar panels and windmills that also don't only work for the projects that are taking place in that area, but also for the surrounding communities. Now, in order to bring social justice, I do believe we have the following ways that can help in bringing social justice and also bring development in that specific area, but also to the people around it. First off is the issue of firm-on-firm cooperation. We believe that having investors making the shots for development can be possible. And when I speak of investors, I don't only speak about external or foreign investors, but I also speak about the local investors, meaning that the people that are also present within that area, within that surrounding, within that community, there are people who can invest too in the projects that are going to be taking place. So when I speak on the issue of the firm-on-firm corporation, I mean to say that it seems that most people believe that when the private sectors are operating, that firms or companies are operating on their own, they don't have any support from the external parties. But this is when we have people, that's what people assume. But in order to get social justice for these surrounding communities, we have to have firm-on-firm cooperation. This is when one private company can partner with another private company or cooperate with another firm so as to help achieve social justice to the people within that community. From communities, partners may bring economic payoffs to partners and also benefit the local livelihoods and the public common good. The potential for formal and also informal parties is very crucial. How so? Because for business partnerships comes the communities, we're able to register themselves as private firms, securing mutual rights and control. According to the literature review on the characteristics of firms, communities, and multi-parties, partnerships and challenges of the firm community partners, as given example by the case by JSSG Vargas and Mohamed Reza. They give an example in which the Intel Tech of the future partners with Microsoft and Packard in order to bring computers, software, and hardware to the people of that certain community, and also brings in teachers to train the local people, also giving technical support to private and primary schools, primary and secondary schools. Also cooperation between firms, both small scale and large scale. When we speak of the small scale communities, they are probably low scale investors, but then they are people who are from that community, meaning that they have knowledge on what the people in that society need. So if they have any views, any type of, say they have benefits or they have any worries or cases that they want to bring up, they can actually help these communities by bringing them up to the larger scale or the higher scale investors. The regional and international investors also will bring into light the communities that are going through a lot that can be done in helping to improve the ongoing operations. This is to mean that the investors won't know what the communities will be facing, but they will know because how? Because there is cooperation between two different firms, a local firm that is situated in the area in which the high intensive projects are taking place, and also the high end investors from abroad or somewhere else that can come in and help with this cooperation, they will be able to achieve justice because they will be aware of what the people in the society actually needs. We want development to take place. And I said negative, we believe that this is possible if this will be implemented. As I gave the example in which they helped to bring in the equipments for schools, making up schools so as the people in the community can also benefit, not only for themselves, but also they can be able to use them if they are working in that specific project. This leads me to my second point of social license. What is social license? Social license refers to the ongoing acceptance and approval of an organization's activities by its stakeholders and the general public. Unlike legal or regulatory licenses, social justice is intangible. How so? It must be continually earned through responsible practices and engagement. This is according to the Australian Institute of Company Directors, as they published a statement in 2016. It's used to give rules, powers, and even guidance to private companies that wish to undertake any intensive developmental projects that are taking place in a certain area or community. This is important because these social licenses majorly talks about how these private companies are supposed to positively affect the key stakeholders, that is the clients, the employees, and the regional community too. I believe that organizations, according to Richard Boyle, a national leader of the Human Rights and Social Impact Service, he believes that organizations can no longer view trust as an asset that can be bought or rebuilt after a crisis, but one that can be earned and one that has to be maintained on an ongoing basis. This is important because through this, we will be able to bring cooperation, though we are still focusing on a firm-on-firm cooperation. It will bring environmental protection and also help in fighting climate. Thank you.
Ready for cross-ex when you are.
Ready.
All right. Yeah. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. So is the negative assuming that the people in Africa generally don't know what is good for them?
Of course not. That's not what we're saying.
Awesome. Also, you guys reiterate the Nile Dam quite a lot, and we agree that it's quite an amazing project with major benefits. Does the negative believe that the community would have rejected or vetoed this project for no good reason at all?
I do not believe that there would be any good reason, but do you allow
would
me to?
Would they reject it if there wasn't a reason to reject it?
I do not believe so.
Cool. Now, does the negative see an unsolvable issue in the CBNRM structure that cannot evolve in the future? The CBNRM structure that we proposed.
That's for you to tell us.
No, I'm asking if you think there's an unsolvable issue within this structure. Like, is there any defects with it? Are any examples where it has failed?
For the examples that have failed, I would expect you to say, but from what I know, is that I do not think that there would be any reason to.
So there is no reason for the CBNRM structure to fail?
No.
Nice. All right. Now, we are all advocating for social justice. Does the negative concur that their structure is quite literally the status quo in most of Africa, and that there are countless cases of scenarios of death, neglect, and poverty due to its failure?
We do not decline that, and we, as side negative, do not have to actually justify it because it is not part of this debate.
I'm not asking for your justification. What I'm trying to say that, do you accept that it is the status quo and a lot of people have died due to its failure?
It does happen.
All right. I think that's all. Thank you.
Right. On the speech. Now we'll have one speaker. I have 2 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Give it to me.
Please hold me to it.
Thank you. Thanks, Ranson. Can I please set my timer as well, if you don't mind? Tools, timer. I'm going to begin my speech on my next word. Panel, let's take a moment to step back for a minute. In Onigoland, Nigeria, we had an oil spill panel. And one of the most important things you have to understand that this wasn't just an ordinary oil spill, this was an international crisis. A crisis that actually not only affected the environment as we know it, but the very people that were around it, the very communities that we were sworn to protect. What we do know is this: continuous exposure to the continuous exposure to the petroleum pollutants did lead to elevated risks of respiratory diseases and lowered life expectancies across that community. This is exactly what side opposition is trying to advocate for when they're trying to discontinue when they try to discontinue co-governance that already works and is already sustainable for the people. Now, let us look at their case and what they do wrong, right? One, we do hear an excellent analysis on the issues of global competition and how it's a very valid concern on their side of the world that we should be able to attract more investors rather than negate them. However, this is very important to understand that this very statement, this very thesis of the entire team goes against everything else that they're going to bring for the future moving forward. Why? In their side of the house, they prioritize two things. One, profitability, and two, their said long-term effects that can happen at the sacrifice of the bad that's going to affect the community. They tell you that the good outweighs the bad as long as the good is profitable for us, right? Here's what we get. They tell you that communities tend to miss the bigger picture and reject long-term positive development, and they give you a very good example of the Nile Dam. However, we do ask you, one, would the people in themselves be able to reject that very proposal if there was no valid reason? They try to paint you as, if an investor comes to said country or said state in Africa, then the people will just have absolutely no reason or no argument to actually negate that said process if it wasn't sustainable. We tell you in our framework, right? In the world where that it already exists, CBNRM is not only a voice for the people, but it's something that is used to also inform the people of said positives. So in our world, we still highlight their positives and we don't hide the positives that they bring to the table. So in as much as we acknowledge their positives, what they fail to understand is the people in themselves, once being informed, do they still negate the projects without good reason? The answer that they give us is no, right? We tell you that in both worlds, on both sides of the house, the Nile Dam could have still stood in the first place, in as long as the community was still being taken care of. And we don't receive any reports, we don't receive any examples of communities being unfairly displaced or unfairly treated. We see that everything was done in accordance to what ethics demand. And I think this is a very important thing to call to attention, right? We ask a question: is ethics a priority in your side of the world, or is profit the main focus? They tell you, yes, ethics is important because we follow regulations. Very important to highlight that following regulations and following ethics are two different things. We give you an example of the oil spill, right? We tell you that this company was not established on some forged documents. It was completely legal. It had all the regulations followed up to the dot. However, was the practice ethical? Were the people considered? How and to what extent were they considered to make sure they would not be affected in the future? We don't really see that from their side of the house, right? We're telling you, panel, that even when they draw the comparison and they tell you that, well, if we the people, right, through bodies like CBNRM and not through an arbitrary thoughts or arbitrary argument, through bodies like CBRM that inform us about the projects, that give us informed decisions, right? If we, the people, gain a voice in their side of the house that tells you, well, that kind of chases away global investment because we need that investment for ourselves. We tell you that panel, the type of investors that they're trying to attract in our side of the house are absolutely undesirable for the whole state of Africa. They're trying to attract, right, investors that are profit-centered and exploitive in their very nature, panel. And then they come to tell you in the second speech, right? They tell you that, well, that's not really like that because we have issues like firm and firm corporation and social licenses. These are all things that still exist in CB and RM panel that they fail to acknowledge. However, in regards to their case and why that still doesn't work, even if you're to take their side, right? We tell you that these things don't go hand in hand with a profit-centered and exploitive investor who already tells you that I don't really want to care about all the details that you have in regards to your state and your people. I just want to know where the money is going and how much percent I'm going to be earning every annual, right? So we tell you that this is completely contradictory to the very mission statement that the first speaker provides to the side of the house. So these two things do not go hand in hand. What do we give you instead, panel? We tell you, right, first of all, we frame the debate and explain to you how co-governance that, by the way, we highlight that already exists and is not a proposed brand new idea, can already be designed to avoid elite capture and represent affected communities, which is something that we've done by giving you multiple country examples, right? We tell you that co-governance is better than only state regulation because many African states and conflicts have conflicts of interest. They tell you, well, that's not really relevant because certain countries are not perfect, and they give very valuable statistics. One thing, panel. This is not the advocacy of a perfect state. This state does not exist in the world as a whole, so it will certainly not exist in Africa. We're telling you, right, there is no justification from their side of the house why we shouldn't continue the sustainable practice for the affected communities in Africa. They don't really give you that. And we also ask a question, well, in the off chance that we do give you leeway and agree with the very arguments you present, do you see a fault in the structure provided? Now, granted, of course, panel, we're not able to provide you with the entire charter of the CBRM and everything in every article, in every pamphlet, and provide a PDF structure. But we do tell you the crucial things that affect this debate right now. Do you see a problem with that? They tell you no. So in their world, there is no justification to have to continue to sustain the community. However, in their world, as we have seen, that they continue to prioritize exploitive and self-centered investors. I rest my case. Huh?
Just 2 shorts.
Yeah, no, my watch in English.
One word. 8.
I'll time myself. Are you ready? You ready? I'll start on my next word. It is true that investors often seek profit, but just because investors seek profit does not mean they neglect ethics and consideration for human rights. They're trying to put the blame that the oil spill was an outcome of unethical behavior from the corporations or from the investors, which is mostly not true. It could have been an accident. investors, they've also been trying to say that, they've also been trying to paint this picture that investors are these people who just, they're trying to paint their world like the best world, like there is no flaw at all. But there could be possibilities of power imbalances, that one party could outpower the other. There have been multiple cases such as Zimbabwe and Kenya who tried co-governance in wildlife management, and there were power imbalances, and it led to failure, and all that power went back to the state to control it. So as much as they are trying to claim that co-governance is a working system, it is still flawed, and it has proven to fail at least 1 or 2 times in 2 different countries. Yes. Now, what have we given you today in our arguments today? Number 1, we gave you competitive surrender. This is a capitalist world. There is no getting away from that. And there are a ton of developing nations in Asia and Africa that are competing for the same investors that we need to develop ourselves. It is true that Africa is a third world country, and we do need investors to invest in our countries and build things for us. Yeah. Now, since we can't do that, having a system where people can veto such decisions is not really investor friendly, and that demoralizes investor confidence when they know that there could be a society out there that could veto this decision. But then again, yes, no society can just veto out of nowhere. That is true. They do need a valid reason to veto it. Yes. Now, what they are failing to understand, that investors don't just go there and say, okay, I'm going to put my money here and I want to see investment. No, there is planning. And planning, they do account for such factors. That is true. They do account for such factors. That is why they put compensation. If they need an area and it is truly potential, they would put, all right, say, sir, we want to invest here. We want to buy this land from you. All right. Now that's compensation to the people. Now they're trying to skip that phase that investors do plan ahead, and they do foresee these challenges. As an investor, I'm not going to invest in Africa if at any moment a local community can veto a project. Remember, panel, the affirmative side has to defend their co-governance model over the entire continent of Africa. Investment will dry up overnight if this is implemented. This will be terrible for social justice and the economies of every nation across Africa. On our second argument, more and better development. The Nile Dam has been an important example in this debate because it is a powerful one. The affirmative side has tried to come back and claim that their model would have still allowed the dam to proceed. This ignores reality. The reality is Egypt has tried to bomb the dam, and 13 people have died attacking the dam. So there are some local communities which oppose it. Any of them could have vetoed it if this co-governance had existed then. Any of these communities would have said, no, we don't want the dam. If they have tried to bomb it, if they have tried attacking the dam, that means if they had the power to veto it, they would have stopped. Now, if you want to see the outcomes of this dam, look at Ethiopia. Look at how many communities are benefiting from this said dam. Tangible social justice. Injustice of lack of resources, lack of electricity, clean water, public transportation, jobs. Injustice is the only wealth. Injustice in only the wealthy having comfortable lives with needs met. We are the only team to reckon with the reality that development needs to occur to improve people's lives. How would we bring social justice to the communities that are facing injustice? We can do this by bringing in things or services like clean water through dams and water plants, because not only can they be used for projects, but also surrounding communities. Stable electricity through solar panels and windmills, and also not only power the project sites, but also surrounding communities too. This does in fact help reduce the occurrence of injustice towards them. Also, they still claim that investors neglect, our side of the house, neglect the key stakeholders in this debate. Now here is how us as investors do cater for all 3 stakeholders, which was the community, the government, and the investors as well. The investors' main objective is, number 1, to make profit. So if an investor follows the rules and regulations and invests in a place, they do get profit. Now, once the investor gets profit, The government gets revenue because they do collect tax. So another stakeholder benefits from this. Now the third stakeholder, that is the community that they think we undermine so much, which is not really the reality. Say they invest in something here. They build an industry. They build a dam. People do get jobs. People from the surrounding community do get jobs to improve the economics, the economic status. People do get welfare. Investors do operate in corporate social responsibility. That means they do build schools, they do build infrastructures. These same things that they bring do help the community that surround them. And we do not neglect this, we do not neglect the community. Us as investors, we do cater for all three stakeholders, which is entirely the whole concept of the debate.
You're here. Thank the speaker for the speech and give us 5 to 8 minutes. Yeah.
This is a
When
good
it comes
one.
to judging, me as a chair just has to
Wish I could have got into environmental protection.
And after that, I also do my initial call and then deliberate. You see, one debate, why did you choose which side to debate, and why did you choose it? Okay. So I'm going to start with you.
because the debate always has a winner and a loser. So I'm just going to the balance, yeah. So I'm just going to give a very brief general observation, then also say why a certain team won, and I will allow also my panelists to say something, just a comment or something that maybe can also improve you the next round that you're going to have, because we still have the competition going on. So I think also in the part of questions, I don't think it's a must to give a lot of questions. Even if we have like 4 minutes for cross-examination, I think it's good to like come up with questions, even if it's 4 or 5 maximum, but not too many questions, because I mean that brings a lot of confusion. And then again, not only for the speaker supposed to answer, but also for judges, because lots of questions at the same time. I think you understand what I'm saying. So I think that's it. Then, yeah, I think that's the only thing. But this debate was above average. Is a good round, and yeah, we've enjoyed it ourselves. I think, yeah. So this round goes to the affirmative side, and yeah, and I'm saying it's a close call. It's a close call and a unanimous call. And you should keep the same spirit going on. So the reason why we think affirmative wins this debate is because they try to show us the model that like includes all people within society, like how this money is going to trickle down within the sector, like within the communities, how these all these sectors, I mean all the stakeholders are going to be involved. They try as much as possible to explain to us, to understand why that is important in the debate, and why they are going to achieve all this like for the common good of the society. Negative side did a very good job as well in terms of like telling us how they're going to bring development through different ways: water, electricity. They give us two good arguments on competitive surrender, and secondly on better development. And unfortunately, they didn't stand out according to our deliberation. You didn't stand out because at the end of the day, you like keep on insisting on things such as cooperation. But again, you do not defend that idea very well, because the second speaker comes in and talks about cooperation between firms. We needed a little bit of more explanation on how that cooperation works, because I think that's the only is one of the points that did not get engaged well. But for the first negative speaker, I think he did a very good job by giving us an example of how the FDI will work, the foreign direct investment, and also he tried to ask them good questions in terms of accountability. And I think you failed to answer the question very well, but that does not like make you not lose the debate, because at least you have given us a model that has also worked, and you can give us examples of Namibia and Botswana that have adopted a system and is working for them well. So I think the first speaker did a very good job in terms of asking them an important question of accountability, right? Now, so I think that is what makes like this debate look more like top notch. I think because we thought that was one of the most like important thing that made you in the debate. I made the affirmative in the debate, and for you guys slightly lose it. Now, in terms of speakers, I don't think there's a lot of things to do in terms of individual speakers, but I think you do a good job in terms of giving us clarification on even the data. You relate it well with your argumentation. I think more and more work should be done in terms of questioning. I think the questioning sometimes it brings confusion if you don't understand. Like, I think, but you understand, yeah? So I'll give him 1 minute to say something. And all the best in your next rounds.
Hi guys. Hello. So if you've never encountered fine margins, so today was fine margins. So you see, fine margins, the affirmative took the day, but good progress from the other side. But yeah, good debate. That's all I can say. Thank you. All the best.
mfano shoti umepiga.
Mbaya.
Sio mbaya, imepinda. Sio hata maneno hapa hivyo.
Maneno hiyo lazima yaonekane.
Yaani sio imeonekana, yani shoti, yani kamera imekaa hivi. Sasa ni vitu lazima uzingatie ukipiga shot. Yaani isikae hivi, inabidi iwe hivi. Lazima nikae zaidi. Sana.